the timeline for you in about 15 minutes.
And we are following a lot of breaking news this afternoon, including a murder-suicide where investigators say a woman killed her boyfriend.
3 months old and left out alone in this parking lot in 96-degree weather. Coming up, what we're learning from Eustis Police about a child neglect investigation.
Streaming on clickorlando.com and broadcasting live, you're watching News 6 at 4 p.m.
And we start with that breaking news. Investigators say a 61-year-old woman killed her boyfriend and then took her own life. Police say this all started with a 911 call from out of state. News 6's Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed joins us live from South Daytona, where police are still trying to figure out how the man was actually killed. Molly?
Well, the police here in South Daytona, they're still inside that boyfriend's trailer today at this hour. Again, not clear at this time yet how he actually died. Now, earlier today in New Smyrna Beach, police say they got the call that a woman told someone she had killed her boyfriend. They went to her home in Venetian Bay, where they say she then committed suicide while they were trying to make contact with her. New Smyrna Beach police then reached out to South Daytona police here about the boyfriend. When they got here, they found him dead inside this trailer. We talked to neighbors around here, and they say they did not hear any loud gunshots or any loud noises and were shocked when the police showed up. Police say the woman again was 61 years old and the man was 62 years old. Their identities have not been made public just yet. Now, still a lot of questions here, especially about how the boyfriend here died. As you can see, investigators will be here quite a little bit longer. In South Daytona, Volusia County, I'm Molly Reed, News 6.
Molly, thank you. Breaking news at 4, a judge is getting ready to hand down the sentencing for the 14-year-old convicted in one of 3 teen shooting deaths in Marion County. Court records show Christopher Atkins entered a guilty plea a few months ago for the 2023 shooting. He was 12 years old at the time. Deputies say Atkins and 2 other teens were charged as adults in the shooting deaths of 2 16-year-old girls and a 17-year-old boy. Investigators say Atkins confessed to shooting one of the teen girls. The other 2 teens charged as adults are expected in court tomorrow for their sentencing. News 6 Marion County community correspondent Emily McLeod is at the courtroom waiting for the judge's final ruling in Atkins' sentencing. As soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you on News 6 and clickorlando.com. We're following more breaking news now. Ozzy Osbourne has died just weeks after his farewell show. The Black Sabbath singer was known for being the godfather of heavy metal. In a statement, his family says they were with him when he died this morning. In 2020, he revealed he had Parkinson's disease after a bad fall. Osbourne was 76 years old. And even more breaking news, a babysitter arrested, accused of leaving a 3-month-old alone in a car seat on a hot pavement of a parking lot. Police say it happened at the Martial Arts World on West Artist Avenue. That's in Eustis. News 6's Mike Valenti is there now. And Mike, police say the temperature at the time was 96 degrees.
Yeah, Ginger, that's right. 96 degrees. Imagine that. But fortunately, we're told the baby is perfectly healthy tonight, is doing okay. That's according to police, who say that this happened last week when the family babysitter, Wendy Kirk, dropped off the infant's brother here at a class at Martial Arts World. Body camera footage shows police officers confronting Kirk a half hour after she had left the facility. You can see here the woman identified as Kirk, visibly emotional, practically inconsolable at times, telling officers she's been looking after this family's kids for years. And in fact, she was able to get the child's father on the phone, and he told police he did not want to press charges and acknowledged, quote, that mistakes happen. Still, as the police chief noted today, officers had established probable cause for child neglect.
This babysitter had no other issues. She's not a bad person. She's human. She made a mistake, and she's being held accountable for it.
So there was about a half-hour gap between when Wendy Kirk arrived here with the children, or when she left the facility, and then when she returned after she had apparently realized what had happened, that the infant was still here. But an employee and another witness who was picking up their grandson at the time noticed the child, the infant 3 months old, out on the pavement in the car seat alone. So the child was outside about 5 minutes. They took the child inside, called police. And again, just for precautionary reasons, out of an abundance of caution, the child was taken to the hospital. But as the chief told us, most important thing is the child is doing okay. Wendy Kirk, meanwhile, has been charged with child neglect. We're live in Eustis tonight. Mike Valenti, News 6.
All right, glad that baby is okay. Mike, thank you. Well, it looks like the stormy weather is moving out of central Florida. Here's a live look at I-95 in South Brevard. This is near Sebastian. You can see, though, there are still some clouds looming out there. Meteorologist Jonathan Kakis joins us with how long this will last. I see a lot of stuff on the radar behind you there,
Yeah,
Jonathan.
this is going to be the rainfall estimates from today, and there was a lot of heavy rain. We had some flash flooding across parts of Marion County today, also in Brevard. Look at what fell over the last 12 hours. Most of this happening this morning, anywhere from about 5 to up to 9 inches as the radar estimated as well, especially on the northwest side of Ocala into the northwest corner of Marion County. I'm going to be watching that closely for you guys tonight because we have another round of thunderstorms and heavy rain likely coming late tonight and through the first part of tomorrow morning. Still a few light showers hanging around Deer Park and Taholapah tonight. We're getting rid of the heavy rain that was moving through Melbourne and Palm Bay earlier, so at least taking a break on that front. Going to be watching closely, though, more storms coming our way. I typically show you this graphic in the wintertime when a big cold front has passed, but the clouds and the thunderstorms have done the similar thing anyway. It's certainly not refreshing out there as we were talking about yesterday. But anyway, most of Central Florida running about 10 to, in some places, 20 degrees below where we were yesterday at this time, thanks to the early onset of those clouds and thunderstorms. We're going to pinpoint the timeline of those extra storms, Ginger, at about 4:17.
We'll see you then, Jonathan. Thank you. Well, less than 90 minutes ago, the man accused of a shooting in Daytona Beach yesterday learned he will not be getting out of jail. The shooting happened off Madison Avenue, close to State Road 1 and north of Main Street. Investigators say Nathan Lee pulled out a gun and shot the person he was fighting with multiple times. Police say one of the bullets went through a wall and hit someone standing outside the building. In a first appearance today, the judge ordered Lee be held with no bond. He's facing 3 charges, including attempted felony murder. Another city is looking to raise taxes to pay for fire services. Property owners could soon have to pay a yearly fee to help deal with rising costs for equipment and staff in Winter Garden. News 6's Mark Lehman is in Orange County taking a look at those costs.
When it comes to how much homeowners could be asked to pay, that depends on the size of the property, and it could be hundreds of dollars a year. Now, before that's decided, there will be 2 community meetings on the issue, with the first one happening tonight. And that comes as the city says they're facing a budget shortfall of millions of dollars. Like most Central Florida communities, Winter Garden is growing at a rapid rate. That's reflected in a temporary fire station opened by the city nearly 2 years ago. But funding for these services is now becoming an issue. Winter Garden says a change last year to homestead exemption has led to a $12 million deficit for public safety services. To offset that, the city is proposing a fire assessment fee on properties. The details of that fee haven't been finalized, but a study funded by the city found a maximum assessment rate for residential properties would be up to $333 a year for homes less than 1,000 square feet and up to $519 a year for homes over 3,500 square feet. If approved, Winter Garden would be the latest of several cities to discuss fire fees. Last month, Sanford heard a proposal that would add about $95 each year for the average homeowner. Brevard County commissioners also approved a 37% increase in their fire fees after dealing with high turnover and low pay. And in Kissimmee, commissioners passed a new fee. In that case, firefighter shifts were changed to 24 hours on and 72 hours off, a 42-hour work week instead of 56. Now, when it comes to the proposed fire fee here in Winter Garden, the first community meeting is at 6 tonight at City Hall. There will be another one next week, and commissioners are expected to vote on the issue August 14th. In Winter Garden, Mark Lehman, News 6.
After more than a year of gridlock, firefighters in Brevard County are finally getting a pay raise. Some were earning $15 an hour, and you can make that much working at Starbucks, Target, or even Walmart. The low pay led to more than 100 of them leaving Brevard County Fire Rescue. The new agreement will raise pay for firefighter EMTs by 21%. That's a total of $3.15, bringing their pay to $18.15 an hour based off the previous $15 an hour rate. Paramedics in Brevard County will see an 18.5% increase. At today's City Commission meeting, Commissioner Katie Delaney spoke on the long road it took to get to this point.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to the staff and to the firefighters. And this has been a tough hill to get over, but you know, we're making good progress. And I think that this was a great first step. And I hope that we continue to make this even better.
It is a 3-year contract between the county and the firefighters union, with the funds coming from an increase in the county's fire assessment fees. Well, we are now about an hour away from another rocket launch from the Space Coast. SpaceX will be carrying a communications satellite into orbit. The launch was supposed to happen yesterday evening, but it was moved to today. If the rocket lifts off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, we will carry it live. The 2-hour window opens at 5:12. Now to terrifying moments for a surf instructor.
And then all of a sudden, like, I just feel like something clamp on the foot and just like yank me off.
How he's doing after that shark bit him, coming up.
I'm Eric Von Anken, the Handy Newsman, with yet another hole in the wall to fix that I needed like a hole in the head, right? Well, today we're doing things a little differently. We don't have to cut this out because we're going to try to use this. It's a patch kit. You can do this. I'm going to show you how. We're getting results at home coming up.
A live look now at our camera. This is Daytona Beach. You're watching News 6 at 4. We'll be right back.
News 6 Insider is sponsored by Orange County Library System.
Julie, I'm going to guess.
It is me.
we're at the right place here in Lake Mary. So nice to meet you.
Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm Eric Von Eycken, the handy newsman. As you know,
Excellent.
that's Destiny
Hi,
over
Destiny.
there.
Hi.
Julie, you got a hole in the wall.
I do. It's embarrassing.
Can you show me?
I will. And I was in here cleaning the bathroom, and the cleaning rag fell onto my wheelchair, and it snagged, and I went crash, boom, and the pole went right through my wall.
But you were okay.
I was okay.
Thank God.
Absolutely.
Okay, Julie, I got some stuff.
Cool.
We're going to try and patch it. Hopefully you don't even know it's there.
Oh, that'd be wonderful, Eric. I'm so grateful.
Okay, remember last time we fixed the hole in the wall? We did it, I guess you could call it the traditional way, where we cut out a square in the wall and then replaced it with a piece of drywall. Well, instead, we're gonna give this a shot. It's a patch kit. Step one is to sand this smooth. Step two is to patch it. Now I'm going to slap it on. Now I'm going to coat the patch with a little more spackling and try and make it look smooth. Now we wait till it dries.
How to clean this, stop the stink, and keep it from coming back. It left these people.
Oh, look, it's dry.
Eric, what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? I think it looks kind of great.
Yeah, but it was pink.
It was pink. Destiny, part of the reason I got this is because the pink dries white. Then you know it's dry.
Oh, pink's my favorite color.
Can't help you there. But now we can sand. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, step 4. That's it.
Oh my heavens!
Better than it was?
Oh my, Eric, this is amazing. I don't know how to thank you guys for this. It's amazing.
You're very welcome, Julie. I gotta say, I like this kit. It turned out better than I thought.
I didn't know there was such a thing. You even did the texture.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
We
it's
get results
gorgeous.
at home.
You got my results at home.
He sure did. So if you have a project you would like Eric to tackle, send us an email at gettingresultsathome@wkmg.com. And next week, Eric might just show up at your door. Turning now to our forecast meteorologist, Jonathan Kegas joins us now. It is a great time to get any indoor projects done, not outside.
Absolutely, yeah. The rain, at least for right now, after a very stormy morning for a lot of Central Florida, is out of here. I think we're going to fire up some more storms, mainly along the I-4 corridor, where a lot of us were on the drier side today. We had most of the active stuff south and east of Orlando, and then north and west of Orlando along the I-4 corridor. If we do get those storms to bubble up as we think that they are, download the free News 6 weather app. You can track those storms alongside us tonight. You're going to get lightning detection. Got some pretty crazy clouds out there into Pinnet. Always, you can submit your Pinnet photos to us on Pinnet. ClickOrlando.com/pins. You can also scan that QR code right here. This one coming in from Christmas. You can see some of the rain in the background here with that low-hanging cloud. And our chief meteorologist is also on Pinnet. Check out this shelf cloud that was captured on Melbourne Beach coming in from Candace. Certainly an ominous look. That was from the storms in the afternoon that prompted a flash flood warning for parts of Melbourne and on the north side of Palm Bay. Now, the rest of the evening, it's going to focus, I think, along the I-4 corridor to bubble up some thunderstorms. That's where we have a little bit of untapped energy because we didn't have any of the storms out there earlier today, at least on a widespread scale. There's 1 o'clock in the morning with more scattered showers and thunderstorms trying to get going. As we get towards the morning tomorrow, I don't think the storms are as widespread in the morning, but certainly there's going to be scattered thunderstorms along into the northwest of I-4 tomorrow. And then we're going to fire up another round of thunderstorms into the afternoon through the evening. That's Wednesday tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're also going to be watching for the potential for a little more flooding especially northwest of Ocala on the west side of Marion County. That's where we picked up 7, 8, 9 inches of rain in just a few hours today. So again, it rained very, very hard for a long time. Notice we're going to hang on to some thunderstorms as we move into the latter stages of tomorrow night as well. So because of this stalled front, it's the focal point for the return of our thunderstorms today. Right now, everything's pushing down toward Lake Okeechobee, again, expecting more to fire back up through the rest of the evening. We're going to be in that unsettled mess until about tomorrow night. It'll be a little more routine in terms of our thunderstorm pattern by Thursday. Now here's a look at tomorrow.
Your forecast is sponsored by Renewal by Anderson.
Another quote-unquote cooler afternoon. High temperatures back to the upper 80s and lower 90s. It'll be a day very similar today in terms of the temperature. A few breaks every now and then. Rain chances back up to 70% again tomorrow. Good news on the tropical front. That was Invest 94L, that designation the Hurricane Center gives east of the Caribbean islands right now. All percentage has dropped. We talked about that. There was too much dry, dusty air out there for any of these waves that Africa is kind of spitting out right now to do anything with, and that's how we like it. 70% shot for storms locally tomorrow. 60% chance on Thursday. Watch the rain chances drop a little bit, though, as we go into Friday, and then especially for your weekend. This is basically a carbon copy of last week, where we had the stormy first couple of days and then a very dry weekend and a very hot weekend. Temperatures over your weekend get back to the mid to upper 90s, Ginger.
Jonathan, thank you. A surf instructor is looking to the future just days after he was bitten by a shark.
Don't let fear keep you from doing something that you want to do.
He shares the moment he was yanked off his surfboard and how he's doing today. That's next. A live look now at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Light Orlando, delivering hope together.
This afternoon, we are hearing from the 18-year-old surf instructor recovering from a shark bite. We told you about this as breaking news on Friday during this newscast. The shark yanked him off his board and bit into his foot near New Smyrna Beach. The 18-year-old says it all happened in a flash. He's now home from the hospital recovering from deep tissue damage. He's following doctor's orders to rest and load up on protein to rebuild muscle.
If I had to do it again, I'd probably do it the same exact way because, you know, I get to keep the foot, I get to run, I get to swim, I get to surf, you know, all in due time, of course, but I'm going to be a completely normal guy after I'm healed.
Love that. This was the 4th shark bite in New Smyrna Beach this year. This morning, a major milestone as Rebuilding Together Greater Florida celebrated its 50th home repair. This one was for a veteran who had $50,000 worth of improvements done on his Pine Hills home. Now, it's all thanks to volunteers and Rebuilding Together's Safe and Healthy Homes program.
This is very important because, number one, we know we help a lot of families in need. But number two, because we want to make sure that we send the message that they are not alone in this community. If they have a problem in their home and we are able to help, we will come in and we will do it at no cost for them.
The organization works to support seniors, veterans, and low-income homeowners. It has been helping people improve their homes for 25 years now. Well, depending on where you live, you could be paying more for fire services. The local city looking to raise taxes next. Plus, what the governor is saying about the conditions at the Immigration Detention Center in the Everglades while advocates demand it be shut down. A live look now at Report Canaveral. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're following several top stories right now. Police in New Smyrna Beach and South Daytona are investigating a possible murder-suicide. Investigators say a 61-year-old woman killed her boyfriend and then took her own life. Police say this all started with a 911 call from out of state. New Smyrna police say they are leading the investigation into the suicide, while South Daytona police are conducting a homicide investigation involving the man. A judge is getting ready to hand down the sentencing for the 14-year-old convicted in one of 3 teen shooting deaths in Marion County. Court records show Christopher Atkins entered a guilty plea a few months ago for the 2023 shootings. Deputies say Atkins and 2 other teens were charged as adults in the shooting deaths of 2 16-year-old girls and a 17-year-old boy. A babysitter accused of leaving a 3-month-old alone in a car seat on the hot pavement of a parking lot has been arrested. Police say it happened last week when the babysitter, Wendy Kirk, was dropping the infant's brother off at Martial Arts World in Eustis. Kirk was eventually able to get the child's father on the phone. He told police he did not want to press charges. Tonight, Florida's governor is defending conditions at the Immigration Detention Center in the Everglades. Advocates for those being held at Alligator Alcatraz are demanding it be shut down. News 6 anchor Matt Austin explains.
This place is a cage. It's for dogs.
Family members of detainees and members of several South Florida nonprofits gathered at the gate to Alligator Alcatraz to claim conditions inside are inhumane.
It's messed up. This is evil, guys.
The mother of a detainee says her son is being treated like he's in a concentration camp.
No le dieron una pastilla para el dolor. El día 16, él lo trajeron el día 14.
So she wants to emphasize that her son has not been giving medicine or adequate medical care.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pushed back against the claims during a visit to Fort Lauderdale.
They were mad that the ham sandwiches weren't toasted. Excuse me?
The governor says he's confident the detainees are being treated fairly. He says the Department of Homeland Security will handle legal claims.
It's odd that they're going in there. I mean, you have these representatives. I mean, first of all, like they're trying to get some notoriety. So they're making these claims.
Governor DeSantis says he plans to visit Alligator Alcatraz in the coming days. Matt Austin, News 6.
In Volusia County, leaders will cast their first vote on whether to raise stormwater fees by about $20 a month in New Smyrna Beach. We first told you about this last week. Leaders say the extra cash will help fund a multi-million-dollar flood control project, as well as new street sweepers, portable pumps, and other upgrades. Those fees are also scheduled to go up annually by 3% for inflation, whichever amount is higher. The meeting is set to start in less than 30 minutes at 5 o'clock. Live look now at the White House. Yesterday, the president released thousands of long-held documents related to the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The Trump administration has gone public with more than 230,000 pages of records, despite some members of the King family objecting to that. CBS's Weijia Zhang has the details.
Just days after his second inauguration, President Trump signed an executive order directing the declassification of files related to several cases, including the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. On Monday, the Director of National Intelligence released the documents, including details about the FBI's investigation of the killing and files related to the former cellmate of the man convicted in the case, James Earl Ray. King's 2 living children released a statement saying the files should be viewed within their full historical context and condemned any attempts to misuse the information in ways intended to undermine our father's legacy. King's daughter Bernice, who had spoken out against the release and posted a picture of her father on X, also posted a caption that said, "Now do the Epstein files," echoing calls for the Justice Department to release more files related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, while Trump has called for the release of grand jury testimony in the Epstein case, the White House press secretary said that the public release of any more documents would have to be from the Attorney General. Weijia Zhang, CBS News, the White House.
Plans for a huge sports complex in Marion County were back in front of county commissioners. Last night, leaders voted to move forward with Golden Ocala's proposed 236-acre sports community. It would go up just north of Highway 40 near the World Equestrian Center. The sprawling complex would have indoor and outdoor sports facilities, an expo center, a proposed hotel, RV parking, and more. But first, the land has to be converted from its low residential designation. During a public hearing last night, commissioners heard from people both for and against the project.
The reason that we moved there was because I love horses. When we came up the driveway and I saw mares and babies in the big pasture, the 20-plus acre pasture, that just made me say, okay, this is where I'm going to live. And to see that be changed into something, my vision back then never dreamed of it ever becoming a sports entertainment complex center.
That this community needs a sportsplex, something that kids look forward to going to that's not Jervy Gantt. It gives you a better view of life and a better opportunity. And a lot of kids don't ever go out to the WEC. I wish they would, and this may give them an opportunity to get in that area and see something.
With the approval, the plan will undergo a required state agency review. There are also more public hearings scheduled, and before anything is set in stone, it has to get a final consideration from county commissioners, which is not yet scheduled. AAA released its latest report on gas prices in Florida. Prices continue to fluctuate, but today's state average is about $3.03 a gallon for regular. That's up 8 cents from a week earlier. Here in Orlando, the average for unleaded gas is 2 cents less than the state average at $3.01. With little movement in the oil and gas future markets, AAA expects prices to continue within the same range.
We typically will see gas prices increase on Monday and Tuesday, and then they fall through the rest of the week and through the weekend, and then depending on the week, we'll shoot back up again on Monday or Tuesday.
The most expensive gas in the state is currently being sold in the Florida Keys, while the cheapest fuel in the state is in the Panhandle. Year-round schools are back in session. Challenger 7 Elementary in Brevard County started school yesterday, and students at Wyoming Park Elementary and Marion County returned today. Wyoming Park is entering its second year of year-round school. It's a pilot program. During the first year, the school's grade did drop a couple of points, but school administrators say they are ready to change that this year. And while the school's overall grade did not improve, the principal says student behavior did.
It's easier for them to transition back and then have those breaks throughout the school year. So that has been a really great thing for us. We've been able to reduce our referral rate and out-of-school suspension rates, and we're really excited about that.
School leaders say they are using lessons from last year to improve student performance this year. Meantime, we are just a few weeks away from the first day of school for the rest of Central Florida. Schools will be back Monday, August 11th, except for Sumter County, which is Wednesday, August 13th. Well, this can be a challenging time for parents who don't have kids returning for year-round school.
We're really struggling with that big cost increase over the summertime.
The rise in childcare cost and what families are doing to stay afloat, that's next. Plus, Disney is planning to open yet another new attraction. We'll show you where.
Lots of rain fell today, especially northwest of I-4 and then southeast of I-4. Anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain, especially northwest of Ocala. We're pinpointing more storms firing up tonight and then again tomorrow in about 10 minutes.
You are watching News 6. Here's a live look now over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. And don't forget, you can watch local news and weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the News 6 Plus streaming app. It is free. Search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV. The Prince of Darkness, Ozzy Osbourne, is dead. He was 76 years old. The three-time Grammy Award winner sold more than 100 million records. Jared Hill looks back at his iconic music career.
Ozzy Osbourne rose to fame in the 1970s as the lead singer of Black Sabbath, pioneering heavy metal music along the way. The band's music became a symbol of devil-worshipping and Satanism, though Ozzy, born John Michael Osbourne, said he was a member of the Church of England. The Crazy Train singer was known for his crazy antics on stage. He once bit the head off a bat, though admitted he thought it wasn't real, and later was fired from the band due to problems with drugs and alcohol. But Osbourne had a successful solo career and did reunite with Black Sabbath several times over the years.
I've been saying I want to retire, and I'll never retire. I'll be always doing something with music. It's what I'm here for.
Younger fans may have been introduced to the Prince of Darkness as the first celebrity dad of reality TV, when he and his wife Sharon and two of their three children starred on MTV's The Osbournes in the early 2000s. In 2019, Ozzy was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and lost his ability to walk, which forced the rocker to cancel a tour. Ozzy did, though, give fans one last thrill, reuniting with Black Sabbath earlier this month for what he called his final live performance. It was a charity concert in his hometown of Birmingham, England.
And I sobbed the whole way through because he's legend.
In a statement, Osbourne's family said he was with his family and surrounded by love when he died. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Summer is in full swing and kids are loving it, but parents, maybe not so much. Many say summer is even more expensive than the holidays. Producer Robert Brewer takes a look at this year's Schools Out spending report.
It's summer in Florida. The days are long, the sun is scorching, and so are the childcare costs, spiking over 300% during the break, surging from $70 to $300 a month.
Parents are really struggling with that big cost increase over the summertime.
Beth Klung-Payabal is lead research analyst with Savings.com. Their survey shows that more than a third of parents are stressed out by the summer sticker shock.
Because it's not just childcare. Entertainment expenses are increased in the summertime. Our utilities are going up, so the money's got to come from somewhere. And unfortunately, sometimes that means we're using credit cards to cover that.
And aside from credit cards, the study found that parents are taking on additional work, cutting back on eating out, skipping vacations, and most commonly saving in advance, just like they do for the holidays.
The holidays are a big time for people, and they save up for that all year long. And we have to think about summer that way, too.
Klung-Payabal also has some advice if you're still considering that summer trip.
Traveling at the end of the season could possibly help you save money because those ticket prices are coming down right before school goes back.
Now, before kids head back to the classroom, Savings.com also has deals on travel, summer essentials, and of course, back-to-school items. Robert Brewer, News 6.
Well, in just a few days, NASA will launch a new satellite to help predict and respond to natural disasters, including flooding and hurricanes. The NISAR satellite will provide a 3D view of Earth's land and ice, helping teams prepare for and respond to disasters like hurricanes, floods, and volcanic eruptions. Now, the Advanced Radar Satellite is a joint project between the U.S. and India. It will sweep the planet's land and ice-covered surfaces twice every 12 days.
NISAR actually has this amazing strength that it can look at very extremely subtle changes in the Earth's surface down to a centimeter. And with this level of unprecedented detail and precision, NISAR can look at earthquakes and landslides, glaciers, biomass, forest use, you name it, we have it all covered.
The satellite is scheduled to launch from India at the end of the month. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas joins us now. And that has to always be great news when you guys hear that there's another tool in your arsenal, right?
Yeah, especially when something can measure the ground at that precision, if there's any kind of changes. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about seismic activity here, but that's going to be a game changer. So some really cool stuff, as always, from NASA. Radar scanning our skies right now, just finding a few light showers around the turnpike south of us in Deer Park and Holopaw. The heavy rain in Brevard County has shut off. We finally got rid of the rain in Marion County that caused some flooding earlier today. I think the rest of the evening is going to be on the drier side. We may pop a few thunderstorms around the I-4 corridor, but that's it. I think most of us are going to be dry from here on out. Tuesday evening, as we continue through the rest of the evening, there is that stalled front. This is the focal point for the reintroduction of the thunderstorms that we had early today. This is also going to be the focal point for something to try to get going in the Gulf over the next couple of days and really skirt the North Gulf Coast. But before it does that, it is going to provide us with another round of thunderstorms as we move into tomorrow. So there we go, 1 o'clock in the morning. There's still some moisture hanging around. It's going to be very humid. Again, a stray couple of downpours are going to be possible. Although I don't think we're going to wake up to the morning tomorrow that we did today. There will still be a few stray showers in the mix. And again, you can get any kind of alerts, lightning detection. If there's a rain nearby on the free News 6 weather app, you can just search WKMG in your app store. 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if you get a straight downpour is going to be possible. I don't think it's going to be the repeat performance, as I mentioned. 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, then we start to get things going again. The heating of the day meets up with that disturbance, and then we fire up those thunderstorms again. 7 to 8 o'clock on your Wednesday evening tomorrow, especially west of I-4. At that point, those storms will likely still be ongoing. 88 degrees right now in New Smyrna Beach. We're at 85 in Orlando. As we were talking about yesterday, the extra clouds and rain would keep our temperatures down. I know it still feels warm and muggy, but certainly much better than the weekend. 77 in Palm Bay. We're at 76 in Mitco. Leesburg, good evening. We are now at 85 degrees. Here's a live look right now, Port Canaveral, Brevard County. Still have some of the gray skies around lingering after those downpours and thunderstorms moved through. We're now drying things out. Air temperatures at the port at 87 degrees. The breeze at about 10 miles an hour. That's a live look with our Launch Credit Union camera tonight. Tomorrow morning, starting things off in the mid to upper 70s. Again, just a few stray downpours around. I do not think it's as widespread as what we woke up to this morning. Now here's a look at the afternoon.
Your forecast is sponsored by Ramjack.
Same kind of deal with the clouds holding down the temperature a little bit. Still going to be warm, still going to be muggy. We're back to the upper 80s and lower 90s. Rain chances again, specifically more so in the afternoon this time, at about 70% again as we move forward into the afternoon, as I showed you with that high-resolution future radar. Rain chances again elevated tomorrow. Temperatures back to around 90. We're at 93 on Thursday. More typical rainfall pattern on Thursday returns, and then you're going to notice the rain chances drop. Friday, we're at 40%. Temperatures start to tick up just a little bit with the later start time to those storms. And then look at this. I think another mainly dry weekend. There'll be a stray downpour or storm around on Saturday. Slightly better chance for a few more thunderstorms on Sunday. But all in all, they're going to be lower chances than what we would typically see in July. I heard that, JJ. You saw the pair of 96s again.
My goodness.
Yeah, he's going to be blazing again.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Well, open your camera app, scan the QR code on your screen right now, and click the link. We want to see your weather pictures and videos. I think you can actually see the heat. You can end up right here on TV. You can also go to clickorlando.com/pins and upload your pictures and videos that way. Now to a new place for grinding rails and popping ollies.
My favorite trick is whenever I'm riding up something, I like to jump on it.
You go. The local city opening a new skate park and how it's something that's finally being realized after more than 10 years. A live look now. This is Mount Dora. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
I'm Justin Moorman.
And I'm Lisa Bell. Coming up on the morning news, protesting protests.
Yeah, one city's moved to limit where and when people can assemble, but does ordinance trample free speech?
And from steamy to stormy, our weather team is timing out changes to your forecast.
We'll see you for News 6 mornings starting at 6.
Hey, bud. Gotcha.
The city of Castleberry's new skate park opens this weekend, but people are already hitting the concrete. The city manager says the project has been in the works for more than 10 years and cost the city $12 million. The wheel park has courses for all ages, skill levels, and types of wheels, from the BMX pump track to huge vertical bowls.
Honestly, there wasn't much in this area. We had to drive probably 30 to 40 minutes to have a decent spot. Or we would go and skate up the street on some street spots, and the police and the city don't really like that much because we're destroying the property. All we're doing is having fun, but we needed a place like this to be able to have our creativity.
Well, that's awesome. The official ribbon cutting for the 10-acre wheel park happens this Saturday. There will be demos by pro skaters, giveaways, and fun events for the entire family. A brand new animated adventure is coming to Disney's Hollywood Studios. The magic of Disney animation will debut in the building that currently houses Star Wars Launch Bay. It will draw inspiration from the Walt Disney Animation Studios in Burbank, California, and the short film Once Upon a Studio. In the production gallery, portraits will come to life. In the screening theater, there will be a short film, and families will have the chance to learn how to draw fan-favorite characters and greet them in real life. There will also be a new indoor playground based on Alice in Wonderland. The current area will close in September to prepare for this transformation. The new attraction is set to open sometime next year. And you can be the first to find out when and get the latest theme park news sent straight to your email. Digital journalist Haley Coombs compiles the biggest stories on our attractions in one newsletter. Sign up for the In the Loop Theme Park Scoops newsletter at clickorlando.com/newsletters. News 6 at 5 is next. Anchor Matt Austin is in the newsroom with what's ahead. Matt.
We are learning severe weather in Brevard County contributed to a building collapse. We're following what happened as well as the forecast there. Plus, why did the chicken cross the road? To get to Brevard County, apparently the new push to let neighbors have more of their birds on their property. And the need two friends are stepping up to fill in their local community. Your forecast is also just minutes away, looking hot there on the coast. Don't forget, you can stream all of our newscasts and live cameras like this one at Daytona Beach for free anytime on News 6 Plus. We'll be right back. Now at 5, a teen is learning his fate after admitting to having a hand in another teen's death when he was just 12. Plus, a woman and her boyfriend found dead in Volusia County. Investigators say one of them made a phone call moments before their death, who they called, and what they said. And
my 10-year-old said, "Can we move to a different city? I know my friends in this other city, they can recycle there. Can we move there?" I'm like, no. We're going to find this solution.
The homegrown solution to making one community a little more green. You're watching News 6 at 5. Police across Volusia County say they're investigating a murder-suicide tonight. New Smyrna Beach police say a woman committed suicide in New Smyrna Beach. Then police in South Daytona found her boyfriend, they say, murdered. Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed has been following the trails at both addresses. She'll have the latest coming up at 5:30. Eustis police have arrested a babysitter who they say left a baby in a car seat on the ground in a parking lot last week when the temperature was 96 degrees outside. Body cam footage shows officers confronting Wendy Kirk half hour after she had left the facility. Thankfully, the 3-month-old was okay. She was visibly emotional here, telling officers she's been looking after this family's kids for years. The child's father apparently told police he did not want to press charges and acknowledged, quote, that mistakes happen. As the police chief noted today, officers had established probable cause for child neglect.
This babysitter has no other issues. She's not a bad person. She's human. She made a mistake, and she's being held accountable for it.
There was about a half-hour gap between when Kirk left and when she returned, but an employee and another witness saw the infant in the parking lot about 5 minutes after Kirk left, so they brought him inside. New at 5 now, we're learning that no one was hurt after the roof of a local community center collapsed this afternoon. This was the scene at the Joseph Davis Community Center in Melbourne. Melbourne PD says the place was evacuated and closed, and again, nobody was hurt. We're working to learn what caused the collapse, but police did tell us they had a report of some flooding in the area. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas is following the latest on those showers for us tonight. Jonathan.
Yeah, really heavy rain came through Brevard County. One of the two areas we were watching closely today. Marion County was the other spot that got a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Over the past 6 hours, and again, most of this radar estimating 2 to 3 inches of rain fell, came within about an hour or two. So that rain came down very fast before the cell that caused it moved out. Again, radar estimates of about 2 inches around Melbourne and then also into Palm Bay and on the other side of I-95 in between Deer Park and Palm Bay. So watching the heavy rain fizzle out, just a few light showers pushing in toward us in Yeehaw Junction. Radar scanning the skies. Get a nice clear shot tonight. I do think we have the opportunity for a few stray downpours to bubble up around I-4. Most of us, I think, for the rest of the evening are going to be on the drier side. We're going to fire things up again tomorrow, I think, later into the afternoon, aside from a few stray morning downpours. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. We'll break down the future radar to plan out your Wednesday coming up at about 5:17, guys.
Thank you, Jonathan. The rock and roll universe is mourning tonight after the death of one of the pioneers of the metal genre. Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath's frontman, died today at 76 years old. The Prince of Darkness, as he's known, just recently performed at a farewell show in his native Birmingham, England. A statement from his family said Osbourne was surrounded by his family and love as he passed away. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2020 after suffering a fall. Edgewater leaders are holding an emergency workshop meeting about a Florida law that challenges the city's development moratoriums. We've been following this story for months. Back in January, city leaders passed a moratorium on new developments to try to tackle flooding issues there, especially after some recent hurricanes. Mayor Diesel DePew said it gives the city some time to survey flooding issues and create a new stormwater plan. But new legislation, Senate Bill 180, now blocks counties from enacting moratoriums or, quote, burdensome regulations for federal disaster areas. Here's what the mayor had to say today.
This discussion is very important because due to SB 180, it states that it has to be repealed. We're looking exactly how we can muddy the waters for SB 180 to see if we can still keep our moratorium. But SB 180 specifically says after a natural disaster, you cannot have a moratorium. So we'll let you know what the city decides and as soon as we find out.
Now to a devastating case in Marion County beginning to come to a close. One of 3 teens accused in a 2023 triple homicide case are about to learn his fate. Marion County community correspondent Emily McLeod gives us a look inside the courtroom.
We're outside the Marion County Courthouse as we wait for the judge to hand down the sentencing for 14-year-old Christopher Adkins. Now, Adkins is one of 3 people accused in the 2023 murders of 3 teens whose bodies were found in Marion County over the course of 3 days. Adkins was just 12 years old when he was arrested. According to Sheriff Billy Woods, Adkins and one of his co-defendants, Robert Robinson, confessed to the shooting of 17-year-old Camille Quarles. Quarles' body was found in the trunk of a car that was partially submerged in a body of water. The other 2 victims, 16-year-old Layla Silvernail and 17-year-old Michael Hodo Jr., were also found dead in the Ocklawaha area. Back in April, Adkins pleaded guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder. It was standing room only in the court on Tuesday as family and friends of the victims waited for Adkins' sentence and delivered emotional impact statements.
I am just broken. Her papa and I were already not in good health, and now this heartbreak feels like it's slowly killing us from the inside out. The pain never ends. The image never stops.
Now we also happen to speak with Camille Quarles' godmother just outside the courthouse. Here's what she had to say. It's been over 2 years since this first happened. How does it feel to be at this point, this first sentencing?
It was really hard to listen to in there, like I said before. I see a 12-year-old boy in there who potentially could have the rest of his life ahead of him. But I also see the kid who shot and killed Camille, and I feel very conflicted.
That's Emily McLeod reporting for us. We're expecting the other 2 defendants in this case, Robert Robinson and Taj Bruton, to be sentenced tomorrow at the Marion County Courthouse. Firefighters in Brevard County will soon see a major bump in pay. It is a far cry from their previous $15 an hour rate. It's on par with employees at Target and Starbucks. Commissioners today voted to raise the pay rate for firefighters and EMTs by 21%. That's an increase of $3.15 an hour, bringing their hourly up to $18.15. It comes after a year of gridlock on rates that led to nearly 100 firefighters leaving. At today's meeting, Commissioner Thad Altman thanked everybody involved in getting this passed.
I just want to thank everyone involved, from the firefighters, the public, to the staff who's done an amazing job. But I really want to give a thanks to this board. It takes a lot of political courage and commitment, and you've really risen to the occasion.
It's a 3-year agreement between the union and the county, and the funds are coming from an increase in the county's fire assessment fee. In about an hour, leaders in Orange County are taking up the issue of panhandling. Commissioners are voting on an ordinance banning soliciting in some places, a year after panhandling rules in Daytona Beach were ruled unconstitutional. News 6's Mark Lehman is showing us the proposed changes.
In some parts of Orange City, it's a common sight. Leaders say over the last year and a half, there's been an increase of soliciting in medians.
I come here all the time, whenever I can make $1.
This man goes by the name Angel, and if a new ordinance is passed by the city council tonight, what he's doing today could get him arrested.
This is how we get our money, This is how we eat. This is how we feed our dogs.
Other Volusia County cities have also made rules on panhandling. Orange City adopted a Daytona Beach ordinance, but last year that was ruled a violation of First Amendment rights, so they went back to the drawing board.
We allowed to fly a sign. If they call us over and give us money, it's different. That's freedom of speech.
Under the changes, Orange City is focusing on safety. Soliciting would be banned in medians and within 50 feet of 4 high-risk intersections. 3 are along Enterprise Road and another on Saxon Boulevard.
I feel it's a tough call. I feel that there needs to be something done. But on the other hand, they're not hurting anybody and they're in need.
Anyone violating the rule faces a fine of up to $500 or 60 days in jail. Lisa Sia says she has mixed feelings on the issue, but understands something should be done to keep people safe.
I feel for the people, but I also agree that they need to crack down because it's a lot.
Now, the second and final reading of this ordinance will be at the City Council meeting, which is set for 6:30 tonight. This is also expected to go into effect immediately after it's passed and adopted. For now, reporting in Orange City, Mark Lehman, News 6.
Well, you probably heard the saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch, but how many can Brevard County residents count on their property? That's their big question today. If you live somewhere that's not within city limits in Brevard, it's not more than 4. But one county commissioner wants a little more clucking and egg laying in her district. Brevard County community correspondent James Sparvero tells us just how much.
We just had this massive shortage of eggs. You could go to the store and they were not to be found for a while, or when they finally get some, they're really expensive.
And that's exactly why I stopped buying eggs from the store. Instead, I found someone who has their own chickens, and now eggs cost me about half of what I used to pay for them. In Brevard County and unincorporated communities, the rules now say you can have 1 chicken if you live on less than a ½ acre. If your lot's bigger, you can have up to 4.
We are one of the few counties that has such harsh restrictions.
Commissioner Katie Delaney, who represents North Brevard, wants her district to be able to have 6 chickens per lot, and that's any size. She drew comparisons to other counties.
Indian River, for instance, they allow 6 chickens. Marion County, they allow 6 chickens.
Pushback came from Commissioner Kim Atkinson.
Who's going to police whether you're keeping your feed properly stored?
Who said this would result in more code enforcement complaints.
I've had code enforcement called on me before, and we've had to get rid of our chickens before.
How many did you have?
And Commissioner Tom Goodson, who worries about other critters that chickens can attract.
Predators come to chickens. Rats come to chicken food.
And we have never had rodent problems ever.
If we don't have any more to talk about chickens, I'm about to have a heart attack, so let's hurry up.
So you can probably guess how Commissioner Goodson voted. But Commissioner Delaney still carried a 3-2 majority. So that means her proposal now goes to Brevard County's Planning and Zoning Board. They'll make any possible changes, and then the proposal has to come back to the commission again for a final vote. We'll keep you updated as the chicken ordinance advances. In Brevard County, I'm your community correspondent, James Sparvero, News 6.
Well, more than 6 months ago, Winter Garden scrapped its recycling program. Now, let me tell you, that did not sit well with 2 people who call that community home. Next at 5, how they're stepping up to fill a green need in the community. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
Today's Port Canaveral Cam is sponsored by Launch Credit Union.
When storms roll in, you need more than just a forecast. You need a team that knows Central Florida, knows the science, answers your questions in real time, and breaks it all down so it makes sense for you. Listen, anyone online can show you radar, but we tell you what it means. We track it, we explain it, we get you ready so you're never caught off guard.
During severe weather, trust your News 6 weather team.
Gibson Truck World has the largest selection of pre-owned trucks in Florida, all with a free 12-month bumper-to-bumper warranty. Gibson Truck World, we are the king of trucks.
I was involved in a car accident that wasn't my fault. And attorney Dan Newland got me $525,000.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan, for winning my case.
Current owners and lessees of an eligible competitive luxury brand vehicle get this low mileage lease on this 2025 Cadillac Lyriq Luxury One for around $499 per month.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious.
Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change. What does it really mean when you buy your bed factory direct? It means locally built, top quality, 2-sided construction, using only the best materials. Typically, this level of quality is expensive, but thanks to our unique factory direct business model, you'll get a higher quality bed for hundreds less than the mass-produced mainstream brands. Hi, we're the original mattress factory, and we pretty much wrote the book on what it means to be factory direct.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's a lot of reasons. When you use Uber or Lyft, you're taking a gamble. You have no idea who that driver is. Were they paying attention to their phone or GPS and not the road? Injured in an Uber or Lyft accident, you could have a big case. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Let's keep an eye up in orbit as SpaceX rocket carries a pair of satellites into space. That Falcon 9 rocket carrying the O3B M-Power mission. This just launched from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station during your commercial break there. We gave you some double boxes. This is a Luxembourg-based company's communication satellite. This will be the 9th and 10th of the company's next generation satellites to be launched. The constellation will have 13 in total. The final ones will be launched at the end of next year. SpaceX tried to launch this mission this time yesterday, but it was aborted at the launch pad there. The company didn't say what led to that launch getting scrubbed. At the beginning of this year, the city of Winter Garden ended its recycling program, saying it was just costing too much money, and most of the stuff was ending up in the landfill anyway. More than halfway through 2025, Winter Garden community correspondent Justin Warmoth was wondering how that's changed things there, and he found a service is now coming back thanks to two friends who started their own company, Plant Street Recycling.
Are you ready?
They're not city workers, they're not part of some big company, they're just two guys who care about where they live.
Looks like we've got like 3 or 4 in a row right here.
Every Wednesday morning, Robert Montgomery and Corey Sims roll through the streets of Stony Brook West, picking up their neighbors' recycling.
Hey Robert, do we want to do glass in a separate one this week?
Yep. Sims drives the truck, Montgomery rides in the trailer, jumping off at every stop.
If we can get each house to a minute, we're going to be in good shape.
Sorting plastics, metals, paper, and glass right there on the curb.
So this is HDPE, so that's very recyclable, and this is also very recyclable.
When Winter Garden ended curbside recycling because it was costing them $1 million a year, there wasn't a plan B. Just a question from a child.
My 10-year-old.
Your 10-year-old?
My 10-year-old said, can we move to a different city? I know my friends in this other city, they can recycle there. Can we move there? I'm like, no. We're going to find the solution.
That was in January, and by March, Plant Street Recycling was born.
In the phase that we're at, it's all effort, it's all time, with no monetary return right now.
For $25 a month, you get 2 bins per home, weekly pickup, and a belief that what's tossed out can still have value.
What we're recycling is not wish cycling, it's real recycling.
And this is a really cool part of their service. So these guys are taking inventory of what they're collecting and really how much of it that they've collected. Eventually, that gets uploaded to their website so customers can have some peace of mind about where this stuff is going.
So these are all our pickups today. And that's what kind of gives us our route.
Right now, they have 50 homes on their list, all of them in Stony Brook West. But word is spreading fast throughout Winter Garden.
We have hundreds of people now on our waiting list saying, go to the next neighborhood now, go to the next neighborhood. And we're being very purposeful with the way that we scale to ensure that before we go outside of this neighborhood, we're able to deliver the product that we're promising.
We just realized that we're not the only ones that want to see it succeed. The city wants to see it succeed. And everybody in Winter Garden does too.
The system is simple, the work is not. Every item hand sorted, every bin inspected, and they hope it adds up, not just in pounds, but in purpose.
There's an opportunity to leave a legacy and leave something behind to know when we're done that we actually made a measurable difference. And so that's very uplifting for me.
I'm your Winter Garden community correspondent, Justin Warmoth, News 6.
Everybody needs somebody like that in their community.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get you over to Jonathan Kegas, our meteorologist. Looking pretty calm right now.
Yeah.
Are things starting to fire up at some point tonight?
I think we're going to be on the quieter side for the rest of the evening. I think we're going to see things return tomorrow, though. All the thunderstorms and clouds kind of holding everything at bay now. We're getting the last little push of moisture out of here. South of Kenansville, heading into Yeehaw Junction right now. We had a lot of heavy rain in Brevard County today, especially around Melbourne into Palm Bay. We had a lot of heavy severe rain on the western side of Marion County, especially, including Ocala, parts of Denellen. That has all fizzled out now, and I think, again, the rest of the evening is on the quieter side. Pinpointing that for you right here. Here we go, 5, 6 o'clock. Again, Future Radar doing a pretty nice job getting rid of that last gasp of rain for today. There's 9 o'clock tonight. Stray downpour in the mix. We're going to keep things very humid, of course, tonight. We're going to be watching tomorrow morning to start off with a few downpours. I do not think it's going to be like what we saw this morning, just a few downpours out there rather than the widespread nature like we were talking about yesterday at this time. 11 o'clock on your Wednesday morning, I think still things are pretty dry. It's going to be once we get into the afternoon again, and we're going to fire up another round of thunderstorms that last through the evening as a disturbance builds off our coast. Live look tonight in Brevard County with our Launch Credit Union camera this evening. We have temperatures into the upper 80s. We've cleared the rain out of the way. We have just a few clouds passing by, and we'll continue to try to clear things out along the coast. The storms, as expected, did a number on our temperatures today. Right now, we're sitting at 86 in Orlando, 90 in Winter Haven, 82 in Ocala. Those storms started early, of course, and lasted for a very long time, and that kept our temperatures much cooler than where we were yesterday as expected. 76 in Leesburg. Sanford, we're at 76 degrees tomorrow to start things off. Palm Coast, good evening. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start things off at a muggy 75 degrees. Now, by the afternoon, same kind of deal. I don't think we're going to see the rain start as early as what it did today, but nonetheless, we're going to keep extra clouds around, a couple of stray showers, and that's going to keep our temperatures held back to the upper 80s and lower 90s. Rain chance is still high at 70% for the afternoon. Gradually, though, as the week rolls on, you're going to notice the rain chances going down. By Thursday, it's kind of returning to that more typical rainfall pattern where we start things off on the drier side and fire up those storms in the afternoon. By Friday, though, those rain chances start to go down. And then look at the weekend again, 20% shot for a couple of thunderstorms on Saturday. Better chance, relatively speaking, on the second half of your weekend. But with the lower rain chances come the bigger heat. And it's going to be kind of a return to the pattern that gave us that heat again. Big chunk of high pressure in the upper levels of our atmosphere going to try to build again and kind of ride down the southeast corner of the United States. There's Saturday, again, July 26th. It pretty much parks itself on top of us. That's going to keep us on the drier side and keep us on the hotter side as well as temperatures get back to the mid to upper 90s. As far as the tropics are concerned, hostile for tropical development. That is good news for us. Again, waves that try to eject out of Africa are just being gobbled up by dry, dusty, stable air. And again, that looks like it's going to stay that way for the foreseeable future. 60% shot for storms on Thursday, 40% shot on Friday. Again, there comes the heat map. We're back to the mid to upper 90s over your weekend.
Goodness. All right, Jonathan. Thank you. Still to come, the strange pet local deputies helped to bring home. Orlando International Airport is just one of a few in the country to roll out a new TSA policy to make traveling with your kids easier. The Department of Homeland Security announced the Families on the Fly campaign, which aims to make flying easier for families, including dedicated family lanes and TSA pre-check lanes specifically for service members and their families. They also plan on discounting pre-check fees for families soon. Orlando and Charlotte are the only two airports participating in the program right now, but it is scheduled to be rolled out at another half dozen in the coming months, including Jacksonville and Tampa. Well, it's not a major part of their day-to-day jobs, but sometimes first responders step up to bring loose pets home. And in Orange County, deputies came across a pretty big missing pet. Orange County Sheriff's Office posted a photo of deputies who rescued an emu that escaped its house. Here, the post says the deputies gave the big bird some water and returned it to its owners. Are you allowed to have an emu? I'm gonna have to look this up. Still to come, summer is an expensive time for many families. This year is no different. What experts say is giving parents the most sticker shock. Plus the big upgrades coming to Windermere that are also preserving the character of the community. And later, the new park people are literally flipping out about. Thank you for sticking with us. We're following several top stories for you right now. We just learned that 14-year-old Christopher Atkins will spend 40 years behind bars. He's convicted of killing a 17-year-old back in 2023 in a case that involved 2 other murders. Atkins was just 12 at the time. Atkins pled guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder in April and is currently awaiting his sentence. His other 2 co-defendants are expected to be sentenced in the next week. A babysitter in Eustis was arrested, accused of leaving a 3-month-old alone on the hot pavement in a car seat. Investigators say it happened at the Martial Arts World on West Artis Avenue. Wendy Kirk was confronted by police, telling them it was just a big mistake. Though police say the father didn't want to press charges, they say they found probable cause to make an arrest. We're waiting to see if leaders in Edgewater will be moving forward with a moratorium that goes against a law enacted by the state. The city wants to move forward to give more time to survey flooding issues and create a stormwater plan. But the state passed a law this year stopping areas from enacting moratoriums for federal disasters. We'll let you know what happens. New details in tonight as police across Volusia County say they're investigating a murder-suicide. New Smyrna Beach police say a woman took her own life. Then police in South Daytona found her boyfriend murdered. 2 hectic scenes today as investigators try to piece this whole thing together. Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed is in South Daytona, where police say they're still trying to figure out how this man was killed.
Well, the police here in South Daytona, they're still inside that boyfriend's trailer today at this hour. Again, not clear at this time yet how he actually died. Now, earlier today in New Smyrna Beach, police say they got the call that a woman told someone she had killed her boyfriend. They went to her home in Venetian Bay, where they say she then committed suicide while they were trying to make contact with her. New Smyrna Beach police then reached out to South Daytona police here about the boyfriend. When they got here, they found him dead inside this trailer. We talked to neighbors around here, and they say they did not hear any loud gunshots or any loud noises and were shocked when the police showed up. Police say the woman again was 61 years old and the man was 62 years old. Their identities have not been made public just yet. Now, still a lot of questions here, especially about how the boyfriend here died. As you can see, investigators will be here quite a little bit longer. In South Daytona, Volusia County, I'm Molly Reed, News 6.
All right, let's stay in Volusia County for the meantime. Just hours ago, a man was accused of a Daytona Beach shooting yesterday. Learned he'll be staying in jail. The shooting happened off Madison Avenue, close to State Road 1 and north of Main Street. Nathan Lee was in court this afternoon. A judge decided he will be held on no bond for the shooting that injured 2 people, according to investigators. Police say Lee pulled out a gun during a fight, shot the other person multiple times. One of those bullets missed the victim, went through a wall and hit somebody else. Both victims were taken to the hospital. Lee will now remain behind bars on multiple charges, including attempted felony murder. Summer is in full swing and kids are loving it. But parents, maybe not so much. Many say for them, summer is even more expensive than the holidays. News 6 producer Robert Brewer takes a look at this year's Schools Out Spending Report.
It's summer in Florida. The days are long, the sun is scorching, and so are the childcare costs, spiking over 300% during the break, surging from $70 to $300 a month.
Parents are really struggling with that big cost increase over the summertime.
Beth Klung-Payabal is lead research analyst with Savings.com. Their survey shows that more than a third of parents are stressed out by the summer sticker shock.
Because it's not just childcare. Entertainment expenses are increased in the summertime. Our utilities are going up, so the money's got to come from somewhere. And unfortunately, sometimes that means we're using credit cards to cover that.
And aside from credit cards, the study found that parents are taking on additional work, cutting back on eating out, skipping vacations, and most commonly saving in advance, just like they do for the holidays.
The holidays are a big time for people, and they save up for that all year long. And we have to think about summer that way, too.
Klung-Payabal also has some advice if you're still considering that summer trip.
Traveling at the end of the season could possibly help you save money because those ticket prices are coming down right before school goes back.
Now, before kids head back to the classroom, Savings.com also has deals on travel, summer essentials, and of course, back-to-school items. Robert Brewer, News 6.
You can see the full study and more tips for parents in this story on clickorlando.com. Well, advocates for those being held at Alligator Alcatraz are demanding it be shut down. Family members of detainees and members of several South Florida nonprofits gathered at the gate today to claim conditions inside are inhumane.
So she wants to emphasize that her son has not been given medicine or adequate medical care.
Now, Governor DeSantis pushed back against the claims during a visit to Fort Lauderdale. He says he's confident detainees are being treated fairly. He says the Department of Homeland Security will handle the legal claims.
It's odd that they're going in there. I mean, you have these representatives. I mean, first of all, like they're trying to get some notoriety. So they're making these claims.
The governor says he plans to visit Alligator Alcatraz again in the coming days. New at 5 now, Florida's urban search and rescue teams are back from Texas. Task Force 1, 4, and 8 were there for about 2 weeks, responding to the devastating flooding in the central part of the state. Firefighters from Central Florida, including Seminole County, Orange, and Orlando Fire Department, all made up Task Force 4. More than 130 people were killed in the 4th of July flash floods, most in Kerr County along the Guadalupe River. The Department of Justice wants to talk with a high-profile inmate behind bars in the Sunshine State. The DOJ wants to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, the former associate of Jeffrey Epstein, who was convicted of child sex trafficking. She's serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison in Tallahassee for carrying out a years-long scheme with Epstein to groom and sexually abuse underage girls. The DOJ's request for a meeting comes following recent calls for Maxwell to testify about Epstein. He died by suicide in jail in 2019 while awaiting his federal trial, according to investigators, and increasing backlash over the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files. A deputy attorney general released a statement posted to social media by the AG saying federal authorities want to hear about any information Maxwell might have about crimes against victims. Maxwell's attorney confirmed they're in discussions with the government right now. Well, it's not every day a multi-million-dollar infrastructure project is also about preserving character, but in Windermere, that's exactly what's happening. Windermere community correspondent Jana Manohalal visited the town's dirt roads with town engineer John Fitzgibbon to see where the improvements have started and where they'll continue.
The town recently approved a $1.4 million construction bid for Phase 2 of a major stormwater improvement project targeting Bessie and Butler Streets, two of the town's most flood-prone areas.
So part of what we're doing is developing a new road system that actually pitches the water to the sides of the road as opposed to it running down the middle, which that causes the washout and the scouring of the dirt road, and put it into swales that we can convey that.
The project aims to make roads safer during hurricane season, especially after historic flooding during storms like Hurricane Irma.
What we're trying to do is remove any hazardous occurrences during a rainstorm, so washouts and those kind of things, to make sure that we can keep the roads open during emergency events.
The system works like this. A mix of heavy rains and the dirt roads from streets like 8th and 9th Avenue will be diverted into a newly designed rain garden, a natural pretreatment system to slow, filter, and absorb stormwater before it reaches Butler Chain of Lakes, as well as adding swells to the sides of the roads. And while the dirt road may leave your hands just the tiniest bit dirty, it's actually a large part of why residents love the town of Windermere so much.
I think one of the inherent charm of the dirt roads, it's uniquely different than most communities that just come in and pave everything.
But those dirt roads come with challenges.
Obviously, with dirt roads, there's some benefits. There's also some negatives. You know, we have dust issues when it's dry, and then we have washout issues and muddy issues when it's rainy. But we as residents love our dirt roads, so we're willing to, take those sacrifices for the charm that the roads bring.
With FEMA approvals still pending, construction is expected to begin later this year and last about 200 days once underway. In Windermere, your community correspondent, Jana Manohalal, News 6.
Well, this morning, Rebuilding Together Greater Florida hit a big milestone. They celebrated their 50th home repair. This one was for a veteran in Pine Hills who got $50,000 worth of upgrades done to his home. All of it made possible by volunteers and the organization's Safe and Healthy Homes program.
Here we are, 50 houses
$3.2 million, almost $3.5 million in investment. We're looking forward no more 50s. We're going to look forward 100, 150, 200 homes because there is a lot of need in our community.
This organization works to support seniors, veterans, and low-income homeowners. It's been helping those in need improve their homes for about 25 years now. Students at 2 Central Florida schools are back in class today. Waimea Park Elementary opened their doors for students in the second year of their year-round school pilot program. During the first year of the pilot program, the school's grade did drop a couple of points, but administrators say they learned a lot in year 1, and they're ready to make some changes. One thing officials say they saw instant improvements was student behavior.
It's easier for them to transition back and then have those breaks throughout the school year. So that has been a really great thing for us. We've been able to reduce our referral rate and out-of-school suspension rates, and we're really excited about that.
The other school participating in the year-round pilot program, Challenger 7 Elementary in Port St. John, opened its doors to students just yesterday.
Liftoff. Go Falcon, go Empower.
If you stuck with us during a commercial break earlier this hour, you saw it live. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket carrying the O3B Empower mission from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at about 5:12. SpaceX tried to launch the rocket yesterday, but the mission was scrubbed on the launch pad. This is a Luxembourg-based communications satellite. It'll be the 9th and 10th of the company's next-generation satellites to be launched. The constellation will have 13 satellites in total, with the final ones being launched at the end of next year. Officials are getting ready to cut the ribbon on a brand new park in Seminole County, but the action is already underway there. How officials hope it'll bring more people out like this. Jonathan.
Storm chances fade for the evening, but they return tomorrow as a front is stalled to our north. We're going to have the timeline for your plans. We're heading to work on Wednesday, coming up in about 6 minutes.
And later, White Man says he's trying to take control of Alligator Alcatraz. And don't forget, you can watch local news and weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the News 6 Plus streaming app. The best part, it's free. Search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire. The grand opening of Castleberry's new wheel park happened Saturday. The people are already hitting the concrete, grinding some rails and popping some ollies. Castleberry community correspondent Alex Cook checked it out.
I'm here at the city of Castleberry's new wheel park, where people can come out here and catch some air.
We come out here probably once a day. We try to, sometimes twice a day.
John Gow has been skating in Castleberry his whole life and now teaches his young children how to shred. He says before the wheel park, skaters had trouble finding spots to practice.
Honestly, there wasn't much in this area. We had to drive probably 30 to 40 minutes to have a decent spot, or we would go and skate up the street on some street spots, and the police and the city don't really like that much because we're destroying the property. All we're doing is having fun, but we needed a place like this to be able to have our creativity.
Castleberry City Manager Randy Newland says the project has been in the works for over 10 years and cost the city $12 million. He says it's worth it for the community, and it draws new people in from all over.
We've heard stories of some people that came all the way from Colorado because they had heard about this new park experience.
The wheel park has courses for all ages, skill levels, and types of wheels, from the BMX pump track to huge vertical bowls. The official ribbon cutting for the 10-acre wheel park happens this Saturday. There will be demos by pro skaters, giveaways, and fun events for the whole family. Until then, you'll find Gow and his kids tearing up the concrete.
My favorite trick is whenever I'm riding up something, I like to jump on it. Probably just riding around the park and learning how to grind. I like to sled with that.
It's the best feeling in the world to have all my little kids out here shredding with me, knowing that we're carrying on the sport and that our hard work of getting this skate park that we wanted as kids is not going to go to waste, and it will pay off.
I'm your Castleberry community correspondent, Alex Cook, News 6.
I like to shred with Dad. That is music
Awesome.
to my ears. All right, Jonathan Kagas. Shredding weather, not so great to start early today, but maybe going into the evening?
I think it's going to be much, much quieter. I think a lot of us are going to be dry today, and that's after we saw a ton of rain, especially northwest of I-4 in Marion County. And record rainfall officially coming down in Melbourne today, 2.82 inches in the rain gauge at the airport. That's going to break the previous record of 2.5 inches set back in 1990. So certainly it was a wet afternoon. A lot of that came in just a couple hours stretch. Ocala, you know exactly what I'm talking about. West side of the town especially picking up 3.9 inches of rain. Reddick picking up 3.17 inches of rain. About 2 3/4 inches of rain in Kissimmee, about ½ inch at Point Siena, 0.62 inches officially up the road in Cocoa today, all because of this stalled front to our north that sent us those storms on the early side. I think most of the evening is quiet, but then more storms come back around tomorrow. You can track those storms again and look at the future radar by downloading that free News 6 weather app as well. You see the blow up of thunderstorms, the bright colors, that's the cold cloud tops, the thunderstorms that are now blowing south into southwest Florida and then also closer to the Big Bend and Panhandle of Florida. This is still going to meander around tomorrow and act as the focal point for another round of thunderstorms coming our way tomorrow. Now, the rest of the evening, I think we're on the drier side. Overnight, really the same deal. Again, I think we're mainly dry. Could be a few stray downpours around for your commute into work tomorrow, especially northwest of I-4. I see a few specks there. I'm not anticipating anything like what we saw this morning, though, and what we carried on through the latter stages of the morning. I think we're still dry through the early afternoon, at least on a large scale. There's 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, still looking good. And then we fire things back up again. Here we go, 4 o'clock, scattered thunderstorms in the mix, and then things become more widespread late tomorrow evening. Different rainfall pattern, but more typical time, I think, in terms of getting those storms going tomorrow. And then by Thursday, I think we're back to kind of the regular rainfall pattern with the sea breeze igniting. We're at 89 degrees at the Cape right now, 89 in Oviedo. Good evening in Kissimmee. We had a really wet afternoon, 86 for us. Holopah, we're checking in at 83 degrees. Now here's a look at your pinpoint accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Publix.
Temperatures tomorrow going to get back into the upper 80s to low 90s again, a little bit more comfortable, relatively speaking anyway, today. We're at 89 degrees at the port, live look with our Launch Credit Union camera. Tomorrow we're starting things off into the mid to upper 70s. Again, stray opportunity for a passing downpour. Definitely nothing like what we saw this morning, though. Rain chances back up to 70% for your afternoon and early evening. High temperatures into the upper 80s and lower 90s once again. And over the next few days, we will watch those rain chances tick down just a little bit. Storm chances kind of following their regular schedule with the ignition, with the sea breezes igniting. Back to 93 degrees on Thursday, 93 on Friday, with rain chances dropping to 40%. I think the weekend, again, is mainly on the drier side. It is going to be blazing hot with temperatures surging back into the mid to upper 90s. Storm chances hold at 30% both Monday and Tuesday of next work week, Matt.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. After the break, hear from the man who's trying to own alligator Alcatraz.
I'm Justin Warmoth.
And I'm Lisa Bell. Coming up on the morning news, protesting protests.
Yeah, one city's moved to limit where and when people can assemble, but does ordinance trample free speech?
And from steamy to stormy, our weather team is timing out changes to your forecast.
We'll see you for News 6 mornings starting at 6.
Here's a live look from Port Canaveral at our Launch Credit Union Port Cam. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back. Well, tonight, city officials in Titusville talking about how food pantries are allowed to operate in the community. So city leaders want to know if there are any city properties that fit the bill to become a food pantry. Based on zoning rules, they still have to finalize. Those include having to be at least 500 feet from a residential district or use. They can't be on a minor local road. They have to have indoor waiting areas and bathrooms, and they can only operate 3 days a week between the hours of 8 and 5. Tonight's meeting begins at 6:30 at City Hall on South Washington Avenue. State and federal officials have touted Alligator Alcatraz in South Florida as a way to fight illegal immigration, and the Republican Party of Florida has taken to fundraising for the detention center, selling branded T-shirts and other gear with the facility's name on it. But a Jacksonville man is trying to shut all that down. He filed a trademark for the name Alligator Alcatraz. If approved, he would have the rights to the name for games, toys, and novelty items. He says he wants to change the narrative and fight against what he calls hate merch by trademarking the name and not allowing companies to use it to make merchandise for what he calls hateful things.
We want to make toys. That's what we're going to start with. We want to make toys that inform children and adults about the destruction of the Everglades. We want to tell a story through the toys for children. Eventually, we'd like to have stories that the Miccosukee tribe could tell through these toys to children. These proceeds would go back to the Miccosukee for land buying, all sorts of stuff like that.
Eric Battle said his effort is equivalent to good trouble.
We are not going to allow you to use toys to mock human beings. I don't care if you believe they shouldn't be here, they're here illegally. I don't care what your politics is. We should not be using imagery to mock this stuff.
He says he wants more activists to try to buy trademarks for names that could be harmful and turn into something positive. Ginger Gaston is in the newsroom with what we're working on for News 6 at 6. Hey, Gigi.
Matt, commissioners in Seminole County are signing off on a pretty big property tax increase, and it could cost the people who live there an extra $100 a year. We're going to break down those numbers for you. And breaking news coming out of Marion County, a 14-year-old sentenced to 40 years in prison after being found guilty for a triple murder 2 years ago. The details of this story coming up next. And let's take you outside for a live look. This is over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. Don't be fooled, it is still smoking hot out there. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas is coming up in just a few minutes to tell us when we might see some relief. Here's a hint, it's not going to be going into the weekend. We'll be right back.
It's messed up. This is evil, guys.
And they were mad that the ham sandwiches weren't toasted. Excuse me?
The back and forth over Alligator Alcatraz continues as demonstrators gather in the Everglades to protest what they call inhumane conditions. And in Seminole County, property taxes could be rising. Why the increase and what neighbors have to say about it? But first,
Brad was definitely looking out for that child on that day, and I'm glad he did.
an infant recovering after police say a babysitter left the child in a parking lot on a hot day. This is News 6 at 6. And now to that family babysitter. She's facing charges of child neglect.
Police say temperatures were nearing 100 when Wendy Kirk left a 3-month-old child in a parking lot. That child is thankfully okay tonight. News 6's Mike Valenti joins us now with more on what police are calling a cautionary tale.
There's a bit more of a breeze today, a far departure from last week when Eustis police say that a 3-month-old infant was left alone outside Martial Arts World. The temperature at the time, 96 degrees.
Oh, there she is.
How about you guys just hang out here, okay?
No, it's shaking because I'm just really left in here with you guys.
A visibly upset Wendy Kirk is shown in this body camera footage, at times inconsolable.
I've had these kids for years. I've never done this before.
This babysitter had no other issues. She's not a bad person. She's human. She made a mistake, and she's being held accountable for it.
Eustis Police Chief Craig Capri briefing reporters Tuesday, several days after police allege that Kirk forgot about the 3-month-old infant in her care while dropping off the baby's brother at Martial Arts World.
It could have been horrific.
An arrest report claims that Kirk left Martial Arts World a little after 4 p.m. that day, but the baby stayed behind in his car seat on the asphalt parking lot in dangerous heat. A few minutes go by before an employee and another person see the baby and bring him inside before calling police. Kirk returned shortly after 4:30, appearing frantic.
Today has just been so stressful.
While on the scene with police, Kirk gets a phone call from the infant's father, who says he does not want to press charges, and according to the report, quote, acknowledged that mistakes happen.
I understand mistakes, and people make mistakes. We're human. Unfortunately, when you're talking about this type of mistake involving a 3-month-old baby left out in the heat, the potential for that could have been horrific and tragic.
And citing the probable cause officers had that day,
You have the right to remain silent, refuse to answer questions. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law.
Wendy Kirk was placed under arrest.
So we're still taking you, just put your hands behind your back, we're still taking you to jail.
This will probably haunt her forever. Forever.
Kirk is charged with child neglect and has since bonded out of jail. Reporting from Eustis, Mike Valenti, News 6.
So glad that baby's okay, though. All right, during record rainfall in Melbourne this afternoon, the roof of a community center collapsed. This is what it looked like at the Joseph Davis Community Center. Melbourne PD says the center was evacuated and closed, and no one was hurt.
So we want to bring in Jonathan Kegas. Jonathan, that area has seen a lot of rain.
Yeah, about 3 inches of it officially at the airport, 2.82. And as you mentioned there, setting that new record, the new daily record, beating the old one of 2.5 inches in the rain gauge at the airport. Right now, just what we need, nice clean sweep. The clouds and the rain held the temperatures back down to the upper 80s and lower 90s today as expected. Not anticipating much in the way of thunderstorms tonight. Might see a couple develop right along I-4 tonight, but I think most of us are going to be dry. Most of the evening should be quiet, all because of this stalled front. It's helping to get storms going to our north, and that really erupted everything early this morning as we were talking about yesterday at this time. Now, most of the thunderstorms passing by towards, pushing towards southwest Florida. Another little complex of thunderstorms rolling west along the Panhandle. So a lot of action around the peninsula. Most of it going to stay away from us, at least from central Florida, over the next several hours. Again, rain chances only at 20% to the rest of the evening. And I think, again, most of us are dry other than that stray passing downpour. More storms come back our way tomorrow. I'm going to have that timeline for you and show you future radar to plan your Wednesday coming up at about 6:17, guys.
I'm your Marion County Community Correspondent, Emily McLeod. I'm here outside the courthouse where a judge just handed out his sentencing to 14-year-old Christopher Adkins. Adkins will spend 40 years behind bars with the option to review at 25 years. Now, Adkins was one of 3 people accused in the 2023 murders of 3 teens whose bodies were found over the course of 3 days in Marion County. Adkins was just 12 years old when he was arrested. According to Sheriff Billy Woods, Adkins and one of his co-defendants, Robert Robinson, confessed to the shooting of 17-year-old Camille Quarles. Quarles' body was found in the trunk of a car that was partially submerged in a body of water. The other two victims, 16-year-old Layla Silvernail and 17-year-old Michael Hodo Jr., were also found dead in the Ocklawaha area. Back in April, Adkins pleaded guilty to one count of first-degree murder. It was standing room only in the court on Tuesday as family and friends of the victims waited for Adkins' sentence and delivered emotional impact statements.
I am just broken. Her papa and I were already not in good health, and now this heartbreak feels like it's slowly killing us from the inside out. The pain never ends. The image never stops.
Now we also happen to speak with Camille Quarles' godmother just outside the courthouse. Here's what she had to say. It's been over 2 years since this first happened. How does it feel to be at this point, this first sentencing?
It was really hard to listen to in there, like I said before. Like, I see a 12-year-old boy in there who potentially could have the rest of his life ahead of him. But I also see the kid who shot and killed Camille, and I feel very conflicted.
The sentencings for the other two people involved in this case, Robert Robinson and Taj Bruton, are expected to take place on Tuesday here at the courthouse. I'm your Marion County community correspondent, Emily McLeod, News 6.
Developing right now, police across Volusia County are investigating a murder-suicide. New Smyrna Beach police say a woman committed suicide, and then police in South Daytona found her boyfriend murdered. Police say they got a call that a New Smyrna woman told someone that she had killed her boyfriend. They went to her home in Venetian Bay, where they say she committed suicide while they were trying to make contact with her. New Smyrna police reached out to South Daytona police about the boyfriend. When they got to the address, they found him dead inside his trailer. Police tell us the two are in their 60s. Their identities have not been made public yet.
Un antibiótico, no le dieron una pastilla para el dolor. El día 16, él lo trajeron el día 14.
So she wants to emphasize that her son has not been giving medicine or adequate medical care.
A mother of a detainee, just one of the many protesters taking to the Everglades earlier today. Family members of detainees and members of several South Florida nonprofits gathered at the gate to Alligator Alcatraz to claim conditions inside are inhumane. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pushed back against the claims during a visit to Fort Lauderdale.
It's odd that they're going in there. I mean, you have these representatives. I mean, first of all, like they're trying to get some notoriety. So they're making these claims.
This place is a cage. It's for dogs.
It's messed up. This is evil, guys.
Governor DeSantis says he plans to visit Alligator Alcatraz again in the coming days.
All new at 6 now. In the last hour, commissioners in Seminole County voted on a proposed property tax rate increase. That means once the budget is finalized this fall, you'll likely be paying more next year. But how much exactly? So in the meeting, commissioners said the average homeowner will pay about $144 more each year. There has been a lot of discussion about increasing the millage rate to balance the county's budget for 2026. Today was no different. Commissioners listened to staff, the public, and made comments themselves for hours this afternoon. They called it a difficult decision and said they have to either raise taxes or cut services.
This government has been incurring the rising costs of everything for the last 4 to 5 years and have not passed that along. Well, those chickens come home to roost, and that chicken is now home.
Today, commissioners only voted on the proposed rate, which they say could generate $27 million in revenue. It's worth noting the county has not increased the property tax rate in more than a decade. There will be 2 meetings coming up in September to finalize the budget.
After weeks of back and forth in Winter Park, tomorrow the city could limit where you are allowed to protest. The city has been considering an ordinance which would restrict when and where protests can take place. The city calls this a proactive solution following recent disruptions during events at the venues. The proposed ordinance would restrict them around the Winter Park Library, Event Center, and Martin Luther King Jr. Park. It would create a buffer zone prohibiting protesters from passing into it. The meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon at 3:30.
In Marion County, plans for a massive sports complex will be moving forward. Last night, leaders voted to move forward with Golden Ocala's proposed 236-acre sports community. It would go up just north of Highway 40 near the World Equestrian Center. The sprawling complex would have indoor and outdoor sports facilities, an expo center, a proposed hotel, RV parking, and more. But first, the land has to be converted from its low residential designation. During a public hearing last night, commissioners heard from people both for and against the project.
The reason that we moved there was because I love horses. When we came up the driveway and I saw mares and babies in the big pasture, the 20-plus acre pasture, that just made me say, okay, this is where I'm going to live. And to see that be changed into something, my vision back then never dreamed of it ever becoming a sports entertainment complex center.
With the approval, the plan will undergo a required state agency review. There are also more public hearings, and before anything is set in stone, it has to get final consideration from county commissioners, which is not yet scheduled. So a lot still left to be done there.
Coming out, the legal battle between the state of Florida and a Winter Park entrepreneur is heating up.
All this after his product was pulled from the My Safe Florida program. His side of the story next.
And how many chickens should Brevard County homeowners be allowed to have? The quick answer is no more than 4, but that could soon be changing. The push to increase the number of backyard chickens next. And don't forget, you can watch local news and weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the News 6 Plus streaming app. It is free. Search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's also available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health, helping the communities we serve to feel whole.
I'm your Brevard County community correspondent, James Sparvero. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past couple of years, You know the direction the price of eggs has gone in.
They're really expensive.
And that's exactly why I stopped buying eggs from the store. Instead, I found someone who has their own chickens, and now eggs cost me about half of what I used to pay for them. In Brevard County and unincorporated communities, the rules now say you can have one chicken if you live on less than a half acre. If your lot's bigger, you can have up to 4.
We are one of the few counties that has such harsh restrictions.
Commissioner Katie Delaney, who represents North Brevard, wants her district to be able to have 6 chickens per lot, and that's any size. She drew comparisons to other counties.
Indian River, for instance, they allow 6 chickens. Marion County, they allow 6 chickens.
Pushback came from Commissioner Kim Atkinson.
Who's going to police whether you're keeping your feed properly stored?
Who said this would result in more code enforcement complaints.
I've had code enforcement called on me before, and we've had to get rid of our chickens before.
How many did you have?
And Commissioner Tom Goodson, who worries about other critters that chickens can attract.
Predators come to chickens. Rats come to chicken food.
And we have never had rodent problems ever.
If we don't have any more to talk about chickens, I'm about to have a heart attack, so let's hurry up.
So you can probably guess how Commissioner Goodson voted. But Commissioner Delaney still carried a 3-2 majority. So that means her proposal now goes to Brevard County's Planning and Zoning Board. They'll make any possible changes, and then the proposal has to come back to the commission again for a final vote. We'll keep you updated as the chicken ordinance advances. In Brevard County, I'm your community correspondent, James Sparvero, News 6.
New tonight, the state of Florida has asked a court to dismiss a lawsuit I first told you about earlier this month. Winter Park entrepreneur John Smith has filed a motion for default, meaning a judge could rule in his favor without a trial. Smith is taking the state to court because his product, Storm Stoppers, is being shut out of the My Safe Florida Home program, which gives qualifying homeowners up to $10,000 to strengthen their homes, but only if they use Florida Building Code approved products. Storm Stoppers does not meet the opening protection standard used on the state's mitigation inspection form, so it is not eligible for reimbursement through My Safe Florida Home. Smith argues that exclusion isn't just unfair, it's illegal.
And the statute that created the My Safe Florida program is broad. It says anyone that does a hurricane mitigation product, of which Storm Stoppers is entitled to participate.
Of course, we will be keeping a close eye on this story and let you know what happens next.
Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas, hopefully those tropics remain relatively calm.
There's nothing out. I mean, knock on whatever you
Wow,
want.
you're jinxing it now.
Yeah. Next couple of weeks, though, really look decent. There could be a few like little short highlighted things that the Hurricane Center typically does, but the Atlantic is not conducive to producing anything right now.
I like it.
Even though the African continent is trying to send some waves out into the Atlantic, they're falling apart. The dust is gobbling them up. They can have everything. And again, that's likely going to change as we get deeper into September, but we're going to take this while we have it. Watching the radar right now, all of the heavy stuff locally is out of here. We had some really nasty rain and thunderstorms around Ocala, Denellen, and Reddick, Fort McCoy earlier today. Those are gone. Same deal for us closer to Rockledge, Melbourne, Palm Bay. You're tracking those storms with us, so using the free News 6 weather app. If you have it, you got the lightning detection and the flash flood warnings that came with some of that heavy rain. Again, all is quiet, and I'm expecting most of us to be quiet for the remainder of the evening. Pinpointing that for you right here, there's 9 o'clock. Again, most of us are dry other than a stray teeny tiny shower. Getting into tomorrow, I do think we're going to be on the drier side. There could be a stray downpour in the mix. I'm not anticipating anything like what we saw early this morning. There's those few stray showers. There's lunchtime, and I think we're still on the drier side again. It's not until we get to the early to middle part of the afternoon where storm chances flare back up again. Here's a live look outside Port Canaveral, Brevard County with our Launch Credit Union camera. Some of those higher thin clouds out there as we are drying things out behind some of those really rocking storms from this afternoon across a lot of central Florida anyway. 89 degrees under those mostly cloudy skies that you see there at Port Canaveral. Did a number on our temperatures that helped it feel a little bit better outside anyway. 86 in Orlando right now, 90 degrees in Titusville. Cocoa Beach, good evening. We are at 88. The smaller number there is the heat index. And again, that pretty much falling down completely as we took out the sun across a lot of Central Florida with the extra cloud cover and that early start time with the storms, as we were talking about yesterday. Tomorrow morning, we are starting things off in the mid-70s, and I do think it's going to be a little drier than what we woke up to this morning. Now here's a look at tomorrow afternoon.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency, you ought to call Strata.
High temperatures back to the upper 80s and lower 90s. That's our relatively cooler day, a break from the heat, if you will. 70% shot for those storms again, mainly in the afternoon. Still an atypical weather pattern for us, but we are going to be transitioning to a normal pattern by Thursday before another kind of unusual pattern returns for the weekend. So here we go, looking for the rest of Thursday into Friday. Big chunk of high pressure in the mid-levels of our atmosphere comes back down the pipeline. It slides down the southeast corner of the United States. It parked itself on top of us. You remember from last week we were talking about when these things are dominating the weather pattern, air sinks. When air sinks, it warms up, it dries out. And that's what we have to look forward to going into the weekend. So I think another really good beach and pool weekend. It's going to be really hot, though. No new development expected over the next 7 days. Couple of waves. There's one right there. There's another one right there. Another one right there. There's hardly any kind of thunderstorm activity with them. And again, those are not expected to develop in the short or long term. So things continue to look pretty good in the tropics. 60% shot for storms on Thursday, 40% shot on Friday. And there's the evidence again of that changing weather pattern quickly again as we get back down to a 20% shot for storms on Saturday. Just a little bit higher on Sunday. But you'll notice the heat. It's back mid to upper 90s.
Oh, we've noticed. Thanks, Jonathan.
All right, Sports Director Jamie Say is here. Jamie, everybody in college football has a clean slate this time.
Including your Knowles, which is a good thing, right?
We need one.
Yes, you do. We're going to hear from them tomorrow. But the Miami Hurricanes talked about fresh starts today at ACC Media Days. The Canes coach and quarterback are coming up. And Lake Mary Little League is double trouble on the dime as the All-Stars have a softball team that's trying to earn a trip to the World Series, too. They just took the field in the Southeast Regionals today. How they did next. There's some magic on the Little League Diamonds in Seminole County as the Lake Mary All-Star baseball team gets ready for a return trip to regionals next week. The Lake Mary All-Star softball team is already there. They won the Florida State Championship last week. Today, that group took the field in the Southeast Regionals against a team from Cartersville, Georgia. In the second inning, Lake Mary with 2 on. Katara Thomas delivers a high fly to left. It goes all the way to the wall. Thomas drives in 2 runs, and Lake Mary is up 2-0. Starting pitcher Caden Hughes holds that lead. She allows only 1 hit. Lake Mary All-Star Softball beats Georgia today 2-0. Now, if Lake Mary wins its next 3 games in the regionals, it will head to the Little League Softball World Series. Well, college football is on the way. Teams start practice next week. Today, the ACC kicked off its media days in Charlotte, and Coach Mario Cristobal's Miami Hurricanes got the spotlight. They're going to be a favorite to win the conference this season after just missing out last year. Miami dove into the transfer portal during the offseason, replacing key players at the skill positions. Cristobal also changed up his defensive coaching staff. And, you know, the Canes ACC schedule, looking at it, it's not that difficult. The non-conference slate is pretty tough, though. They got a season opener against Notre Dame and a home game with the Florida Gators.
I see a group with a chip on its shoulder and with a lot to prove. And, you know, we see a lot of stuff in practice that you can't really, I don't know, gloat about out here because you haven't seen it. And there's no value in claiming certain things in the offseason. But we do feel very confident.
Surgery, but he said today he is fine as he replaces Heisman candidate Cam Ward in Miami's huddle.
I think that this decision is one of the better decisions I've made, and since I've been here in January, and, you know, developing the relationships and building the chemistry between me, the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends, the O-line, and it's just reinforced my decision in a positive way.
Florida State addresses the media tomorrow in Charlotte. Former Seminoles head coach Jimbo Fisher, though, is back in the ACC mat as a media personality. Announced today, Jimbo is coming to a TV near you as he joins the ACC network as an analyst. Fisher will appear on the network's Saturday pregame show, the ACC Huddle, which Matt's going to be tuning into all the time. Jimbo has been out of coaching since he was fired from Texas A&M in November 2023, receiving a $76 million buyout. So I know you're locked into that, Matt.
Good luck to the closed captioning people, because he's a fast, talker. They're going to have a hard time keeping up.
They'll figure it out.
I'll mute it. Have yourself a great night.
We'll see you back here again tonight at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
What up?
Ginger, I guess it's you today. You'll be standing way. Okay, we'll start with the 8-second. 5, 4, 3, 2.
A stalled system to our north going to send more thunderstorms back in our direction tomorrow. We're going to have the timeline for your Wednesday at 11.
Moving on to the 4. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Storm chances stay high, but mainly in the afternoon. We'll have your forecast tonight.
I'm News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden. Here is a check on the top stories we're following today. People who live in Seminole County are about to see a property tax hike. County leaders voted on the tax increase Tuesday, which will cost the average homeowner about $144 each year. County commissioners said the tax hike is necessary. Otherwise, they will have to cut services. There will be 2 hearings coming up in September to finalize the budget. Those meetings are open to the public. If everything goes through, this will be the first property tax hike for Seminole County in a decade. Advocates and family members of detainees are calling for Alligator Alcatraz to be shut down. Protesters gathered outside the facility on Tuesday saying the conditions are inhumane. Governor Ron DeSantis disputed their claim, saying he is confident the detainees are being treated fairly. The governor added he intends to visit the facility in the Everglades again soon. A babysitter is facing charges of child neglect after an infant was left in a hot parking lot in Eustis. Police said Wendy Kirk was dropping off the infant's brother at Martial Arts World and in the process left the baby behind. The child was not hurt. Investigators said the father declined to press charges, but officers established probable cause for child neglect. Remember, you can always find the latest news on clickorlando.com. Stick around, your forecast will be coming up in just a few minutes.